of Toronto since 1999. Born in 1947 in Estonia, he graduated from Tartu State University in 1970 with a PhD in history in 1981. He was director of the Tallinn City Archives from 1990 to 1996, visiting assistant professor at the universities of Latvia, in Riga, Turku, and Tampere in Finland, and chair of the history department at Tartu University from 1996 to 1999. Dr. Kivimäe. Our next panelist is Mr. Karl Altau, Director of the Joint Baltic-American Committee. With the Joint Baltic-American National Committees, he's been with the committee since 1997. Karl Altau has helped conduct extensive advocacy on behalf of the Estonian, Latvian, and Lithuanian communities in the United States. This includes the period of NATO accession for the three Baltic countries and campaigned for Magnitsky sanctions against human rights violators in Russia. Mr. Altau has also served on the board of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation since the year 2000. Klimkowski, chairman of the Tribute to Liberty. Ludwik Klimkowski is chair of Tribute to Liberty, vice president of the Canadian Polish Congress for Canadian Affairs, and advisory council member of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. Tribute to Liberty is a Canadian charitable organization that is helping to build a Canadian memorial to the victims of communism in Ottawa, as we know. Ludwik Klimkowski. And our next panelist is Bernard Trottier. Mr. Bernard Trottier was elected in the riding of Etobicoke and Lakeshore in 2011 to federal parliament. He was appointed parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs for La Francophonie in February 2015. In this role, he works with Ministers Rob Nicholson and Christian Paradis to enhance the safety, security, and prosperity of Canadians and to promote Canada's shared values and equality, democracy, pluralism, and the rule of law internationally. Mr. Trottier. I'll go this way.
Hello, everybody. Don't go to Pennsylvania.
We thought you were still lost in traffic, Carl. Does
I
this
was.
microphone work? No. No?
Push on.
I did.
Yep.
Is it on? No.
Yes.
Well, I got
It
the
is. It is.
It is on. Okay. Good. A few practical things. Actually, I don't normally need a microphone, but we'll share this microphone. A few practical things. Every panelist will have exactly 10 minutes. If you speak a few seconds shorter, it's okay, but longer, I will definitely cut you. Unfortunately, I don't have a button to cut, but I'm used to that otherwise. So, and then secondly, it's okay to have the telephones on in the audience if you have it in silent. If I hear a telephone, the person will have to buy drinks for everyone in the room. So without any further delay, I give the floor to Jüri Kivimäe for exactly 10 minutes.
Excellencies, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, my dear audience. I must honestly confess that I cannot. The major core topic of tonight's conference to speak in 10 minutes. So sorry, Göran, I will take 6 minutes extra.
There are no 6 minutes extra. I'm totally sorry about that. I'm going to be totally strict with 10 minutes, and then if there is time in the question and answer, you can come back. Absolutely only 10 minutes. Floor is yours.
Okay. First, I must confess to weaknesses or even sins that cannot be atoned. It was advertised here already that I was born in the year 1947 in Estonia. Yes, in the Soviet Estonia that everyone hates, and I cannot change my birthplace and birth-time. Second, I'm unfortunately an historian by profession. Over and over again in Estonia, but not only there, one meets those who are convinced that historians are professional liars. However, I've learned from Marc Bloch, the famous medievalist, a distinguished French Jewish scholar, whom the Nazis shot in 1944 for taking part in the resistance, that the task of a historian is not to judge the past, but to explain it. But historians also remember. For years I have been haunted by a memory picture from my early childhood, an image that keeps returning. The image comes from my childhood home, a simple Estonian farmhouse in Pärnumaa. I'm jumping in the back room on my grandfather's bed, and I hear the words, "Boy, don't jump there, otherwise they will come and take us all away." The scene has been preserved in my memory in an incomplete form, and nothing can help me restore the missing details. It is not difficult to conclude that the warning, frightening message refers to the deportations that took place in Estonia when I was a child. More precisely speaking, the deportations of March 1949. Although our family remained untouched by the Great Deportation, we lived in a state of tension and fear for a long time after the end of March 1949. Indeed, I think that this is my earliest memory, which probably dates from sometimes in the spring of 1949, definitely not as late as that summer. I have some doubts that a little boy who in April or May this year was a year and 8 or 9 months old could be so disobedient that his grandfather had to frighten him with a great threat of deportation. Historical scholarship knows that a great deal about the March 1949 deportations. This is no longer an unknown chapter of post-war Baltic history. We know that in early 1948, Andrei Zhdanov, secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, received a report from the officials who had inspected the situation in the Baltic republics, which claimed that the formation of kolkhozes in the Baltics was being hindered by bourgeois nationalists and their armed gangs. We know that the order for an active struggle against so-called kulaks, Soviet term for rich peasants, was given by Stalin on the 18th of January 1949 in Moscow while meeting with the Baltic Communist Party leaders. In Stalin's word, here below, "We shall deport them, but this must be done fast so that the issue will not be worrying the villagers much longer," end of quote. That same day, the decision to carry out the deportation was made in Moscow at the session of the Politburo of the Communist Party. And 10 days later, by the Council of Ministers of the Soviet Union. This decree has a horrifying title, a long one, on the deportation of kulaks and their families, and so on, and so on, and so on. We know that in total, 87,000 people were to be deported. Next one. 25,500 from Lithuania, 39,000 from Latvia, and 22,500 from Estonia. We were sentenced to special settlement in several oblasts and krais in Siberia. This deportation operation was called Priboy in Russian, means coastal serf or breaker, and it was planned to take place on the last week of March. We also know that the quota of families to be deported allocated, for instance, to Estonia, 7,500 families. Next one. 7,500 families was distributed among counties. The families to be deported were selected on the basis of records of the county security departments and lists of kulaks approved by the local executive committees were used. The criteria for the kulaks included higher tax rates imposed upon peasant households and/or those making use of hired workers and agricultural machinery. We know that among the above-mentioned 7,500 families, 3,077 families of kulaks and 4,423 families of nationalists and bandits, so to say, were to be deported. Altogether, this total number of individuals was planned 9,935 women and close to 5,000 children under 15 years. We know that Operation Priboi was officially launched in the early morning of 25th of March in the capital cities at 4 a.m. and in the counties at 6 a.m. Moscow time. Well, the operation should have been completed in 3 days, but actually lasted until the late night of 29th of March. In the case of Estonia, 7,900 families altogether had been rounded up, but the total number of individuals remained lower than planned, 20,531. Next one. Here, please. So, we also know that the deportation reached one of its goals. The resistance to kolkhozes was broken. According to the official stats of the Communist Party, about a half of Estonian farming households had joined kolkhozes by the 10th of April 1939. The railway echelons with the deportees were sent to various places in Siberia. Around 97% of the deportees from the Baltic states were assigned to the sovkhozes, kolkhozes, and forest farm as additional labor. We also know that after Stalin's death in March 1953, the situation began changing for deportees. The Soviet authorities passed an amnesty law for those sentenced up to 5 years, but which did not apply to the 1941 deportees. The breakthrough in release from Siberia first came in 1956. I would like to quote the data published by Estonian scholar Aigi Rahi-Tamm. According to her statement, the maximum number of people deported directly from Estonia in 1941 to 56 is estimated around 30,000, and of these about 5,000 people died in deportation. I do believe that these figures are a little bit underestimated. The available data, archival data are giving various figures regarding the deported people from Estonia. But this was not the end of a tragedy. Not everyone now released due to the amnesty law from deportation was granted the right to return home. Although the legal rehabilitation, which means the restoration of a good name and reputation of a wrongfully convicted or slandered persons of the deportees was already initiated under the Soviet regime, the retroactive process of annulment of all punishments included less than 10% of the total number of persons released from special settlement. What we do not have a precise knowledge about is the techniques and procedures of preparation for the mass deportations in the Baltic. How were the lists compiled of persons to be deported? And what were the criteria for being declared a kulak? Further, what was the mental and political atmosphere in an Estonian, Latvian, or Lithuanian village on the eve of a deportation? Christina Pauksens, a graduate student at the University of Toronto, is writing her doctoral dissertation on the March 1949 deportations in northern Latvian region called Vidzeme. Her research in the archives in Latvia and Russia has yielded surprising results. Christina's conference paper in Tallinn 2 years ago had a provocative title.
2 minutes left.
My neighbor is a kulak. Denunciation letters in the northern Latvian countryside under Stalin. Well, this is a shocking content, denunciation letters. Christina argues that the Soviet regime fostered a culture of denunciation among Latvian peasants who used the language and methods of a new regime to remove enemies and benefit themselves. The same can be done in searching the archives in Latvia, in Estonia and Lithuania as well. What we do know very little is about how the world at large found out about the 1949 deportation to the Baltic, the situation where the Iron Curtain had already fallen. No telephone calls, no regular correspondence, nothing. It is quite obvious that first those German prisoners of war who were released late April 1949, sent from the Soviet Union back to Germany, were the very first informers who told the outer world about the deportations. Of course, local people in the Baltic knew details of a deportation what were not published anywhere and were not even spoken about. Well, the history of the Baltic people did not end with the March deportations, and many observations indicate that the Sovietization of these peoples were never succeeded. I know that there are several historians who will disagree with my opinion, but there are so many evidences. Although, already 4 years later, hope was revived again and changes began to take place.
Time is over.
Yep, one more now. Soviet leader Joseph Stalin died of a stroke on Thursday night, March 5, 1953. The funeral was held in Moscow Red Square on Monday. On that day, I was not quite 6 years old when my grandfather asked me to help him to get some hay from the cows from the hay meadow. Our path with the horse and sledge took us through the forest to the hayfield. There was still some snow left on this cloudy but mild day in March. Having packed our good load of hay on the sledge, we were on our way back, sitting on the top of the hay, when the horse reached the narrow forest road, and at the point where a pine root crossed it, the nearby factory whistle sounded. This was the moment of a funeral of Stalin in Moscow, when all whistles all over the Soviet Union sounded. Our horse frightened and made a desperate leap and overturned our load of hay with us underneath it. After we climbed out...
Time is up.
Last sentence, please. After we climbed out from under the hay, my grandfather, a smart Estonian peasant...
I'm so sorry, but I have to reduce time for the rest of the speakers then.
I know. Please let me end the sentence.
End the sentence, yeah. That's it.
Yeah, smart Estonian peasant, despite of his little education, said the memorable words. You, damned Joseph, you are dead, but you still managed to overturn our load of hay. Thank you.
Okay, Karl Altau is next. Do you want to sit or stand?
I'll stand.
You'll stand, okay, you've got 9 minutes.
Well, that was the almost being late penalty, right? So I came a little underdressed. My tie is with Markus Kolga somewhere in a bag. I wanted to thank Markus and everybody else who helped organize this. I see Piret Norhani here in the front row, so thank you everybody who was involved, and to my co-panelists here. Just got in from Washington. If you don't know, or maybe it wasn't mentioned, that my parents are Estonian. They came to the States in the early 1950s. You might also notice, I don't know if you can see in the back rows, but I'm wearing the Ukrainian colors. I got this actually from a Baltimore Estonian family, if you know the Sarapiks who live in Baltimore. The first demonstration that we organized in Washington on behalf of, in solidarity with the Ukrainians was on March the 2nd last year. And I know you've been very actively involved here in Toronto in supporting the Ukrainians, and we've continued to do that. Actually, yesterday we had a big rally at the White House in support of Ukraine. Over 500 people showed up. And one of the Ukrainians I remember who's been very active on giving relief or gathering relief items for the families of the war dead there. He just said that we're exhausted, we're going 24/7, and that was just a message to me that as Baltics, we know what we're up against, and Dr. Kivimäe just mentioned, what the past was. We remember that, and we can't forget that. It's so important, and we have to stick with Ukrainians as much as we can. So that's really what we've been doing in Washington. Very briefly, I don't know if Bill Browder's in the audience now, but we'll all be listening to him later. I see a hand raised there in the back. Hello, Bill. A few years ago, thanks to Bill Browder and the great tragedy of Sergei Magnitsky, we, as the Baltic American community in Washington, began to support the Magnitsky sanctions legislation, and so glad to hear that it passed now in the House of Commons. That's really fantastic news. Better late than never, but it's a great step forward. 2 or 3 years ago, I was thinking in my long drive from Washington today that Magnitsky was a single tragedy. He was one person who the regime basically ate, killed. And there were just individuals back then, but now we see, and going back to Ukraine, there are thousands, and there are thousands of people who have sacrificed their lives. I mean, not only in Ukraine, but the Russian soldiers who are going there and fighting and getting thrown into the meat grinder, and who are not even buried properly, and little is known about them. I just wanted to go over very quickly about three things that really are the base of many of our Baltic American actions in Washington, D.C., and those are the three important dates. Of course, March the 25th, which we just commemorated in Washington at the Victims of Communism Memorial. The next big one is June the 12th, which is actually the dedication of the memorial, but also the anniversary of Ronald Reagan's Brandenburg speech, Gorbachev, tear down this wall. And that has become really a big event in Washington, where we involve embassies who come and lay their wreaths. We've had over 20 embassies, I think, last year. All of the community organizations, everybody who's been affected by communism. We had the Nordic and the Baltic chairs of foreign relations committees who came with us. So it was important to have the Swedes and the Finns there. The Germans have been very shy. I think once they said that they might show up. The Russians are always interested. They never show up. It's part of their history too. And then August 23rd, which is the Black Ribbon Day. And then just to turn to Göran Lindblad, who was a person while he was in the Council of Europe, who set forth really kind of paved the way for all of us in all this Black Ribbon Day, the legislations both here and thankfully in the U.S. last year, we were able to at least have a legislation introduced to support the commemoration of a Black Ribbon Day, August 23rd. And I know we're kind of going back in history, because back in the 80s we had Baltic Freedom Days, we had Black Ribbon Day commemorations then. We still commemorate Captive Nations Week in the middle of August. But if it wasn't for Göran and people in Europe to get the ball rolling, and then what was accomplished here in Canada a few years ago was fantastic. And it's kind of inspired us to do more. You're ahead of the curve. We have much more to learn and to support. So our Baltic American communities, we know we're small. We have to cooperate and work with the Central East European groups, and it's so good to hear and knowing Marcus and the work that he's been doing here in Canada. Alita, is that you? Hi. and everybody who's working together with Central East Europeans, it's so important. Just to go back to March 25th, well, first of all, we have this monument in Washington. It's really been the place for us to gather. I mean, the Balts gather 3 times a year. March 25th is the anniversary of the Baltic deportations. So we're there. The Belarusians, the Belarusians share that date with us because it's their national day. So we always have a decent turnout. The Latvian
2 minutes.
Chief of Defense was in town, so he was our special guest, and the ambassadors show up and community members. The Estonians sang a couple of years ago. So it's important as a gathering place. It's small, it's a modest memorial. It's what we have now. We're thinking, I belong to the foundation in the U.S. We have plans to build a museum, and there's a new energetic team that's there that's doing a lot online. You should see it right now. There's their new blogs and video materials and things like that. Markus Kolge was really instrumental in getting so much done initially with the foundation and creating a virtual museum. I'm sure you all know about that. But so this is just a message that, you know, we have to stick with the Ukrainians. We're doing all that we can in Washington. We have a JBANC's Baltic conference in just 3 weeks where actually President Ilves has just announced that he's going to come and speak there. We have an panel on Russian disinformation. So we have people who you know, deal with this topic. I actually just heard the other day, you might be interested in that Liz Wall, who you might remember was the RT journalist who defected to our side. She's going to come and speak at the conference too, so we're really excited about that. And Markus will be there. You know, we talk about defending Ukraine, you know, what's behind all this in Russia, and what the West's response can be. That's really all I can say. Remember the people, our forefathers who have you know, passed, and my mother-in-law was March 25th deportee too. She spent her golden years in Siberia and in the Far East, and then she came back to Estonia, and she taught me how to drink vodka. That's all I have to say. Maybe I have a couple seconds.
That's good,
left over.
exactly timing.
Thanks.
A second. So, thank you. Next speaker is Ludwik Klimkowski. You have also got 9 minutes.
Your Excellency, distinguished Member of Parliament, my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, friends, good evening once again. And please do me a favor. I know how difficult and how hard it is to put those conferences together. Could you indulge me and give it up again for Markus and Petra for tonight? Thank you. Thank you so much. I am also mindful that I'm standing between you and Bill Browder later on, and in light of his speech earlier today, which I have witnessed, I've promised myself that before I begin to speak and extend some information to you about the Canadian National Memorial to Victims of Communism, Canada, and Land of Refuge, I will make at least a few mind-blowing, revelation-like, profound statements that you will take away with you, and that will somehow elevate my humble speech to at least a half of space that Bill Browder takes with you tonight. Statement number 1. Once the KGB agent, a KGB agent forever. Statement number 2. His Holiness Dalai Lama is a victim of communism too. Statement number 3, you don't have to be a Ronald Reagan, Maggie Thatcher conservative to support the memorial to victims of communism in Ottawa. Let me expand on that. First of all, we are just about entering the 25th, 26th anniversary of major changes in Europe, beginning with the Roundtable and Solidarity talks in 1989 in Warsaw, in Warsaw, and then followed by massive migration of East Germans to Hungary, and then from Hungary to West Germany, Václav Havel and the Velvet Revolution, and also let us not forget the Tiananmen Square on the 4th of June, and then consequently, the long-awaited freedom of Baltic states. We, you and me, we thought that communism is over. But I always ask myself a question. Where did the communists go? What happened to them? And we don't have the answer for that, except that our experience, unlike the experience of Shoah, of the Holocaust, of the Second World War, we did not have any closure. We were not given justice. We did not have the Nuremberg trials where you can see the communist dictators being brought to justice and punished in a way that you and I feel they deserved it. As a result of that, the massive migration of people like you who left after the Second World War or any time in between, and who are a Canadian mosaic today. There are about 8 million of us, Canadians, who are either directly or indirectly touched by evils of communism, who live here. We are bounded by one common experience. No matter which country you came from, you came with no closure and no justice. And that memorial, our memorial, placed in the heart of Ottawa, is supposed to give us at least a bit of that justice. But it's also a reflection of hope, generosity, and a safe harbor that Canada and Canadians extended to us. And for that, we have to be grateful forever. That doesn't change the fact that even today, after the 20th century, which the Saint Holy Father John Paul II called the century of evil and century of tears, we march on with individuals today, especially a young generation of those at ease and convenience and with forgetfulness. Look around yourself. Most of faces are like mine, gray hair, lots of memory. Today's youth seems somehow free and not bounded by respect for our experiences. We do see considerably too often young individuals walking down the street of Toronto or Ottawa with the Che Guevara t-shirt or the hammer and sickle and CCP, with no afterthought. Imagine seeing someone here at University Avenue walking down with a t-shirt with Adolf Hitler, Eichmann, Himmler, or swastika on it. How is it that we, not only in North America, but across Europe and in Asia, in Africa, in frankly every continent, are so complacent and so untouched by our moral obligation? And the moral obligation is to say, finishing the first statement, the communism has not ended. The communism actually changed its phase. The communism became the apparatchiks who are the oligarchs. The Sergei Magnitskys of this world are not the victims of the Putin's regime. They are the victims of those washed up KGB agents who continue to rule majority of Europe in many faces and in many shades. Second statement. The remembrance given to the memorial, especially when you look at the memory folds, and ladies and gentlemen, if you wouldn't mind to refer to this brochure that was given to you, on the second page of this brochure, you'll see a representation, just an artistic snapshot of what you may potentially see when you come to Ottawa. The artist who proposed this design was trying to somehow encapsulate the experience of all of us. It is widely assumed that ever since the beginning of the Bolshevik revolution, the communists globally have managed to kill, to murder 100 million people. And if you were to take just the one small pinky finger nail, and if that tiny bit, that pixel, was to represent one fallen hero, one fallen victim of communism, the lot in front of Supreme Court of Canada is too small to fit all 100 million pixels on a 5,000 square meter space. Hence, the artists came up with the idea of something that is called memory fold. The memory fold is actually that lot somehow shrunk and lifted, so then when you come to Ottawa, you can touch each and every square, and each and every square, that pixel, represents the story of individuals who have given their life under communism. Let me just quickly, I know I'm mindful of my time.
2 minutes.
Of 3 stories. One, in 1933, in central Ukraine, there were 2 boys and 1 girl. They called themselves musketeers. They were inseparable. They used to go to the same school, primary school, every single day. 2 boys, 1 girl. One day, she fainted. She was weak. She was hungry. The next day, she didn't show up. There was nothing unusual in the fact that she didn't show up. Kids did not come to school for a variety of reasons. But what it's mind-boggling, what it's unacceptable, what it's really horrific, is that those 2 boys, being equally hungry, went to the local pond, fished out, as they always did, for whatever they can find, being weeds, small particles, whatever they can eat. And what they did, they fished out a human head, a head of the 3rd musketeer. They were fishing and fishing again, and they couldn't find the rest of the body of that girl, because the rest of the body of that girl was devoured, was eaten by the members of her own family. That's the story of Holodomor, the story of starvation and hunger. We dehumanize the experience of people who come to Ottawa to commemorate the memory of all of us because we don't think of those stories. We don't talk about the soldiers who were killed in Katyn, or, frankly, looking at you and me, we don't recognize the face of Canada has changed. In 1978, there was 1 Vietnamese boat that was invaded by pirates, and those pirates raped 7-year-old Vietnamese girl 13 times. And not to leave any witnesses or any proceeds of crime, they actually dismembered every single limb of that little child and threw that child into a Chinese sea.
Time is up.
What I'm getting at is that the memorial to victims of communism, Canada Land of Refuge, will be built in Ottawa, and it will be dedicated to people like them, because the descendants of all 3 live here in Toronto, 3 among us. They do celebrate Canadian life, and I hope that you will join many thousands of Canadians commemorating that memorial as well. Thank you.
So, and our last panelist, Bernard Trottier, you also got 9 minutes.
If it's any consolation, Göran, I'll be brief. I've given some of my minutes to some of my fellow panelists. Excellency, fellow panelists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, bonsoir. You know, Ludwik and Alida and others, this monument to the victims of communism in Ottawa, it's been a journey. As you may well know, initially there was some discussion about what do we call this monument. It was going to be called the monument to the victims of totalitarian communism, as if there was some other form of benign communism that should not be admonished in some way. It was also going to be at a different location at the Garden of the Provinces and Territories, lovely location overlooking the Ottawa River. But if you think about the purpose of this monument, it's about education, it's about commemoration, it's making sure that these stories are never forgotten. Hence the change of this location to the justice quadrant within the parliamentary precinct, which is a much more visible and frequented location, and that's why that's been important. So we're committed to getting this built, and as Ludwik so appropriately said, this isn't a partisan issue, this is an issue for all of humanity, and it's important that we get this done. Yes, we're with you all the way on that. I'm just going to talk about some things the government of Canada is doing, but it's really not the government, it's really what Canada is doing as a society in 2 areas, and then I'm going to leave you with 4 questions to think about over the course of this conference. So the 2 things is in that area of education. So we've already talked about this monument to the victims of communism. I think another important landmark for Canada is the Canadian Museum of Human Rights in Winnipeg, which just opened its doors in September. It's in Winnipeg, Manitoba. It's one of our few national museums that are outside of Ottawa. And I highly encourage you to visit this museum. I'll admit I was a skeptic initially. I saw during the conception of this museum battles between different groups about which stories would be told, which ones wouldn't be told enough, and this kind of squabbling going on, which when you think about it, that groups within Canada would be fighting over a human rights museum, but that was what was arising. And then I visited the museum, and I realized it's not a history museum. Actually, last week I was in Washington, and I was with my 15-year-old son, and we visited the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, which is a fascinating museum, very moving. My 15-year-old son was very moved. He'll never forget that experience. But what's different about the Museum of Human Rights is that it's not about history. It abstracts the concept of human rights to a higher level. And even just the architecture itself of this building with the alabaster and the way the light reflects off the walls and actually seems to cause some of the stone to glow, it really causes one to think about this concept of human rights and this universal theme of respect for human rights and how Canada's not a perfect society, but we're a beacon in the world when it comes to human rights. And so I highly encourage you to do that. You know, in terms of our schools, which are really run by our provinces, I'm really delighted that genocide and human rights and deportations are taught now as part of the curriculum in most provinces. It's very important. The second area I want to talk about is what is Canada doing today? Reassurance measures in the Baltics, in Ukraine, in Romania, in Eastern Europe. You know, the Royal Canadian Air Force was deployed in the Baltics recently, just demonstrating our solidarity with the Baltics. The Canadian Army is conducting exercise in the Baltics and in Poland. The Royal Canadian Navy, HCMS Fredericton, is deployed in the Black Sea today, taking over from HCMS Toronto, which was conducting joint exercises. I think, as Ludwik so eloquently said, that communism has changed its face, but this totalitarian way of existence is still looking to expand in these fragile democracies of Eastern Europe. And it's important for Canada, even though it's half a world away, that we demonstrate our solidarity with the peoples of Eastern Europe. Now, the 4 questions that I want to leave you with over the course of the next few hours, I just had to think, what are we going to talk about in this conference? What are we going to think about? So the first one is, and when I say we, I use the first person plural, but I don't mean the government. I mean we as a society, as a Canadian society and as a world society. What do we need to do to ensure that the human rights atrocities of the 1940s and after in the Baltic states are not forgotten? Second, how do we raise awareness in the world, particularly among youth? That's the challenge, as Ludwik mentioned again. You know, there's a certain demographic that comes to these things. How do we make sure youth are engaged in this issue? 3, how do the lessons of the Baltics past shape those countries' policies today and those of the international community towards the Baltics today? And then 4th, the atrocities in the Baltics have analogs in other parts of the world. What should Canada and Canadians do to foster peace, human rights, and reconciliation, A, in the Baltics, and B, in other theaters where genocide, ethnic cleansing, and mass deportations are still occurring? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we actually have time for some questions and answers, if anyone in the audience is interested. Do we have someone walking around with a microphone? Anyone that's interested in putting a question? Yes, we have a gentleman down there.
I can just
Yeah.
out loud.
Okay.
But I'm just wondering, it seems right now what is a core issue for Canadians is Bill C-51. And that hasn't really been discussed in terms of the government having that kind of omnipotent control and non-answerability to its populace. So it seems to me it steps towards this kind of totalitarianism.
Okay, who wants to answer that?
I'm assuming that question is directed towards me. My other panelists are more than welcome to intervene. Is it working? There. So, and I don't want to necessarily divert the discussion tonight, but Bill C-51, for those of you who aren't following, it's an anti-terrorism bill, to put it. And so it involves giving certain tools to our intelligence agency and the other agencies that surround that, intelligence gathering, and then also the monitoring of our intelligence agency. So it injects certain clarity to certain roles, what those agencies can and cannot do. So if I can just say at a high level what this is trying to do is take an agency that was put into force in the 1980s and bring it into the 21st century, gives it certain powers that other agencies like CSIS, the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, have. So that's essentially what we're trying to do. There's a vibrant debate going on in the House of Commons today, and it will continue. There's committee meetings going on, and different experts from across a cross-section of society are weighing in on the bill. So it's in its current state. It's not passed yet. So the comment, is this totalitarianism? These are the kinds of powers that other Western liberal democracies have with their security agencies. So I'd say totalitarianism would be, respectfully, would be an exaggeration.
Are you referring to the United States?
Well, yes, I guess, I don't think anybody in this audience would say the United States is a totalitarian country.
Would you mind if I was to add a couple of things? Look, I sincerely appreciate that question. I think the question is valid. But I'm mindful of the situation where I was interviewed by CBC for the purpose of discussion about the memorial to victims of communism. And the journalist of CBC asked me how I feel as a first-generation Canadian, an immigrant in this country, how do I feel about the immigration policy of this government when it comes to refugees from Syria? It's a valid question. It's equally valid question to your question, but it's not for tonight. Your question takes away a precious time from what needs to be discussed here. And what we need to discuss is not only experience of the Baltic countries in 1949, but also how that and those events influence the life and politics of all of us here today.
Do we have any other questions?
I have a question, but it's directed, it's not directly involving the repressions of and the deportations of March 1949, and it's directed to the Parliamentary Secretary. Regarding the membership of the Baltic countries in NATO, I think a lot of our security has come, as Balts has come from a feeling that Article 5 would protect any possible little green men or whoever might come into the Baltics as they have gone into Ukraine. Would Article 5, however, if it's some kind of more insidious overt operation, would it perhaps limit the protection that the Baltic states might perceive themselves as having? And that's probably of a concern to us.
Sure, I'm happy to comment on that, and I'm happy to have my fellow panelists answer some questions on that too. I'll share my observations about NATO discussions and Article 5 in particular, which is collective security. Over the past few years, we've had discussions about not just the current state of NATO, but also NATO expansion into countries like Georgia and Ukraine. And within NATO, there are certain countries that are called more hawkish about NATO expansion and more rigorous in terms of the enforcement of things like Article 5. And those countries are the United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom. The three most, I call it, assertive when it comes to NATO. Germany, it is noted, it does not want to see any further NATO expansion and is probably the least assertive right now when it comes to actually making sure that the Article 5 clauses are enforced. And most observers would say it's for economic reasons. Germany has some significant economic interests within Russia and don't want to do anything that might disturb that. It's just an observation. Other people might interpret the situation differently, but that's what I've observed. So I've had frequent meetings with Baltic parliamentarians, and they've shared exactly that concern. Would NATO actually have the backbone to enforce Article 5?
This last question would need an extra seminar, but there are more questions.
Hi. Whoa, it's good. My question just popped into my mind maybe 4 minutes ago. About 50 years ago, a bit more, JFK mentioned his doubts about whether liberal democracies can survive communism and authoritarianism. Then about 20 years ago, Francis Fukuyama pretty well said that liberal democracies are, by default, they cannot lose, they will win. It's the end of history. Today, I feel something in between the two. Can anybody maybe give us your thoughts on that?
That also needs an extra lecture, of course. Winston Churchill said that all systems that are not really very good, I don't remember the exact quote, democracy is the least bad system that we know. So no one has come up with any system that is actually better than the liberal democracy in order to have people getting the influence. We have three legs to stand on. That's democracy, rule of law, and human rights. We cannot have only one or two of them. We need all three to build a real liberal democracy. That's a very short answer. We can talk more in the break. Anyone else? We have time for one more question.
Hello? I think not nearly enough was made out of something very unique to the Baltic states that could have been a lesson to the world globally. And it was documented in a documentary a few years ago called The Singing Revolution. As far as attracting young people, I think this is also a way to go, because everybody I know that has seen this movie is inspired, and in a very positive way. The Baltics basically sang their way to freedom. There were hardly any deaths. Latvia suffered some. But in general, it was a non-violent revolution by people. And why on earth this has not been taken up by liberal democracies as a laboratory, as an example around the world of how peaceful resistance can work, and especially this uplifting part of song, I don't know. I think that this would be very attractive to young people if it were more widely known, taught, and distributed.
That's an excellent point that you've made. I can only say my wife, whom I love dearly, we are celebrating 30th anniversary of our wedding this year. She says to me, Ludwik, you are a professional volunteer now. And I listen to voices like you, and you are absolutely right, except for one thing. And that is, I learned during my journey to freedom that lessons that youth learns come from nothing and nowhere but you, the parents. The obligation to teach, to commemorate, to pass the story rests with no one but parents of children who will take that torch of freedom and will continue on a path and journey of democracy because they've learned that at home. That's my answer.
And just something quickly to add to that, at this rally in Washington, D.C., in front of the White House yesterday that I mentioned with the Ukrainians, the Ukrainians are singing their national songs and their folk songs, and you know, for somebody who doesn't really understand Ukrainian, the language, and who, as an Estonian, I'm embarrassed to admit that I'm not a singer either, maybe the only one, but they were singing, and we had some weather that was coming in yesterday. When they sang a couple beautiful songs, the clouds parted. Okay, that was very idealistic. I just had gone up to speak then. I said, well, you know, the Baltics had the singing revolution, and you know, it was okay. Maybe it's a little idealistic and everything, but you know, we really, you know, we do need some positive powers and influence. And I think the more you believe, the more, you know, the more things will happen if you work at it. And that was kind of my message to the Ukrainians too. It's like, okay, well, you're singing, the clouds went away. You know, it's a lot of hard work. Well, the Baltics did it. So.
Yeah, we have to end this panel now. I will just add to this last that I agree it is very much up to us, the older generations, to teach the young ones. In my hometown, Göteborg, we have between 100 and 150 fighters that have gone to the Islamic State and are now killing people. It is a responsibility of the whole society. It's the same thing when we deal with the totalitarian past. We really need to work on remembrance. That's why we in the platform of European Memory and Conscience are so keen on connect today with history, because otherwise we don't understand what's going on in Ukraine. Why the Russians think that they have the right to have this empire. It goes back to the 20th century and even to the 19th century. So therefore, we all have to work with this together. I thank the panelists. You were a bit shocked. I'm one of the few who have stopped Vytautas Landsbergis from speaking, so I'm sorry about that. But now we will go to the next event. That will be Irwin Cotler introducing Bill Browder, and then I'll be back here to moderate the questions. Thank you so much.
Just a quick note, after Bill Browder speaks, we're going to be taking a 25-minute break or so where Bill will be signing books in the lobby, and there will be drinks, not wine, available as well. Irwin Cotler and going to exile. But 6 of the 7 lawyers ultimately agreed to leave, because they understood how capricious the regime could get. They were alive during the Soviet era and knew. But Sergei Magnitsky was 10 years younger than everyone else. He was 35 years old. He hadn't grown up in this Soviet era to see it with his own eyes. And in his worldview, Russia was a place that was imperfect but getting better. And he wanted Russia to be, he thought Russia was the country he wanted it to be, not the country it was. And he said, no, I'm not leaving. I've not broken any laws. This isn't 1937. And so he stayed. He stayed, and then he did something incredibly brave, which was he testified against the police officers who were involved in the raid. He testified against them in October of 2008. And in November 2008, late November 2008, the 24th of November, the same police officers he testified against came to his home at 8 in the morning in front of his wife and 2 children, arrested him, put him in pretrial detention, and in pretrial detention he was then tortured to get him to withdraw his testimony. They put him in cells with 14 inmates and 8 beds and left the lights on 24 hours a day to impose sleep deprivation. They put him in cells with no heat and no window panes in December in Moscow, so he nearly froze to death. They put him in cells with no toilet, just a hole in the floor where the sewage would bubble up. They would move him from cell to cell to cell in the middle of the night. And after 6 months of this, his health started to break down. He ended up getting terrible pains in his stomach, losing 40 pounds, and being diagnosed as having pancreatitis and gallstones and needing an operation, which was scheduled for the 1st of August, 2009. A week before the operation was due, they came to him, again asked him to withdraw his testimony, and they asked him to sign a false confession to say that he stole the $230 million, and they did so at my instruction. Now, I don't know how I would behave under such duress. I don't think Sergei knew in advance how he would behave. I don't think any of you would know how you would behave under such duress. But Sergei, who was a middle-class tax attorney, had a will of steel. For him, the idea of perjuring himself and bearing false witness against me was more poisonous than the physical pressure he was being put under. And he refused their proposal. And so in retaliation, they abruptly moved him from the prison that had a medical facility to a maximum security prison in Moscow called Butyrka. And Butyrka, there are no medical facilities. It's a horrible prison. It's one of the, they call it a way station to the Gulag. And at Butyrka, Sergei's health completely broke down. He went into constant, agonizing, ear-piercing pain and was desperate for medical attention, and they refused. He and his lawyers wrote more than 20 requests to every different branch of the penal, judiciary, and law enforcement systems of Russia, begging in writing for medical attention. Every one of their requests was either ignored or denied in writing. On the night of November 16th, 2009, Sergei Magnitsky, his body finally gave out and he went into critical condition. On that night, the Butyrka prison authorities decided to transfer him to a different prison that had a medical facility, and they sent him to Matroshka Tishina prison across town. They put him in an ambulance. When the ambulance arrived at Matroshka Tishina, instead of putting him in the emergency room, they put him in an isolation cell. They chained him to a bed, and then 8 riot guards with rubber batons came into the isolation cell and beat him for 1 hour and 18 minutes until he died at the age of 37. Sergei Magnitsky left a wife and 2 children. I learned about his death on the morning of November 17th at 7:45 a.m. When I got that telephone call, it was like a knife going into my heart. It was the worst news I've ever gotten in my life, the most devastating news I've ever gotten, and the most life-changing news I've ever gotten. When I finally was able to regain my composure after hearing that he had died, I made a vow to his memory, to his family, and to myself that I wasn't going to let the people who killed him get away with it, and I was going to get justice for Sergei Magnitsky. And for the last 5.5 years, I've been seeking justice for Sergei Magnitsky. Now, there's something very unusual about his story, which is, and I should point out that up till now, everything I've told you is not unusual. This type of story goes on in Russia in many situations. This is a common story of how assets are being stolen, how people are being taken hostage, about how people are being tortured. What's unusual about it is Sergei's bravery that he wouldn't perjure himself. And the other thing that's unusual about the story is that he wrote it all down. He wrote down 450 complaints in his 358 days in detention, documenting exactly what happened to him. Who, where, when, why, how. You may ask, why is it that they allowed these complaints out? And the answer is that the Putin regime, and I would even say the Russian regime, because this goes back to all the stuff we're talking about before, they absolutely have no regard for justice, but they have this incredible regard for procedure. during the Stalin times, everybody had to sign a confession before they were executed. And to this day, the procedure is absolutely entrenched in the system. And so the procedure is you can file your complaints and they can ignore them. And so he was able to file these complaints without any of these things being stopped, without any regard to what they might say. And we got copies of all these complaints. And so the complaints painted an absolutely clear picture of torture and murder. And so with these complaints, I figured no matter how evil the Putin regime is, that they would have to throw 5 or 6 guys under the bus and try some people and convict them for Sergei's murder. But it turns out that they didn't. And the reason that they didn't is because Putin has about 10,000 of these guys doing his dirty work for him. He's become extremely rich through this type of extortion, hostage-taking, torture exercise. And if he were to throw 5 or 6 guys under the bus to satisfy Western public opinion, he wouldn't be able to efficiently motivate the other 9,995 people who were doing this. And so instead of doing anything, he exonerated everybody involved and even gave special state honors on the 1-year anniversary of Sergei's murder to some of the people who were most complicit. And so it became clear to me that if we wanted to get justice, we weren't going to be able to get it inside of Russia. We needed to seek it outside of Russia. So how does one get justice outside of Russia for a crime like this? There's no statute in Canada or the United States or Britain for murder in a foreign country. But we came up with something which was very clear, which is that the people who did this did it to steal $230 million. They didn't do it for ideology, they did it for money. And the people who stole the $230 million, they don't keep their money in Russia, because as easily as they stole it, it could be stolen from them. They keep their money in the West. They like to travel to the West. They like to send their kids to school in the West. They like to go on vacation to the West. And so I came up with an idea, which was, let's try to cut off their travel and freeze their assets in the West. And so in 2010, I started to travel the world to find allies in the West who could help me come up with something to stop these people from traveling to the West. And one of those allies is Irwin Cotler, who's sitting right here. I met him in the summer of 2010 in London, on a trip to London. He became my friend, my ally, and my partner in Canada. And I met various other people, including Senator John McCain, who is a conservative Republican, and Senator Benjamin Cardin, who's a liberal Democrat in Washington. And this is actually the one thing in Washington, in a highly partisan world, that everyone could agree on, that Russian torturers and murderers shouldn't be allowed to come into America. And so the first big breakthrough we had was in October of 2010. Senators McCain and Cardin introduced the Justice for Sergei Magnitsky Act in the U.S. Senate. And this imposed visa sanctions, asset freezes, and named names on the Federal Register of people involved, or would name names of people involved in the torture and murder of Sergei Magnitsky or the crimes that he uncovered. They launched it as a proposed law, and the moment after they launched it, they were inundated with Russian human rights activists and Russian opposition leaders who told them, you've hit the Achilles heel of the Putin regime. This is what they care about more than anything. And one of those opposition leaders was Boris Nemtsov. Boris Nemtsov became, and without me even talking to him, became my most high-profile Russian ally in this fight for sanctions. And he visited Washington, he visited Canada 3 years ago, he visited the European Parliament, he wrote chapters and books on this subject, he demonstrated in front of the Kremlin on this subject. The senators, after hearing Nemtsov's appeal and various appeals from other human rights activists, realized that they had stumbled into something much bigger than one case. And all of these people asked whether the U.S. Senate could add the other human rights abusers, not just Sergei's killers, to the law. And so after some consideration, Senators McCain and Cardin broadened the Sergei Magnitsky Act by adding 65 words to the act to include all gross human rights abusers in Russia. And at that point, the whole thing started to snowball. We ended up getting more and more co-sponsors every day. There is no Russian torture and murder lobby in Washington to oppose it. But there was one group of people who were standing right in our way, which was the administration of President Barack Obama. President Obama had come up with a strategy or a foreign policy called the reset policy towards Russia when he first came into his presidency. And he wanted to do nothing to upset Vladimir Putin. And so my main adversary in launching the Magnitsky Act was President Obama, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, and then subsequently Secretary of State John Kerry. They did everything in their power to stop us. But the beautiful thing about the American Constitution is that Congress has its own power. There's separation of powers between the legislative and executive branches. And in November of 2012, the Senate went to vote, and they voted 92-4 in favor of the Magnitsky Act. And the House of Representatives voted 89% in favor. And whatever reservations Obama had on December 14th, he signed the Sergei Magnitsky Act into law and made it a federal law. And there are now 34 people on the Magnitsky list whose names appear next to Al-Qaeda and ISIS terrorists who were involved in the torture and murder and crimes against Sergei Magnitsky. In parallel, Irwin and I have been working in Ottawa trying to do the same thing. It happened a little bit slower, but I'm proud to say that on Wednesday of this week, I was there in Ottawa, sitting in the balcony of the House of Commons, when Irwin introduced the Magnitsky resolution to the Canadian Parliament. And in that resolution, every single political party in Canada backed it, and it was passed unanimously on Wednesday this week. We still have work to do in Canada because it's not a law, it's a resolution calling on the government to impose it as a law. But I'm happy to say that the indications I've gotten from the government here is that they intend to take this resolution and make it into a law. And it's going to be my job and Irwin's job and various other members of the Parliament from all different parties to hold the government to account, and we'll continue to do so until it does become a law. And so this is not real justice. Banning visas and freezing assets is hardly the justice that one needs to counteract and go against a torture or murder of an innocent man. But it's a hell of a lot better than total impunity, which was what we had before. And we need this law, not just for Sergei Magnitsky, but because at the moment, there are sanctions in place for what Russia has done extraterritorially, for what they've done in Ukraine. But there are no sanctions, or there's hardly any sanctions in place for what they're doing to repress everybody in Russia. And to the extent that we're hoping that there's some kind of alternative voice in Russia to speak up against what Putin is doing, we need to at least give them a little bit of protection, which is what this is all about. So in my campaign, that's the political prong of the campaign. And there's one other prong of the campaign which I want to mention tonight, which is the communications prong, or the media prong of our campaign, which is to tell the story to the world. And that's why I'm here sharing it with you tonight. But one of the things in the sort of telling the story part of the campaign, at first I thought if I could just get newspapers to write about this story, then everyone would be shocked and outraged, and the world would come along with me in their shock and outrage. And then I discovered something slightly disappointing about newspapers, which is that nobody reads them anymore. And very, very few people read the Financial Times, The Economist, New York Times, and your good newspapers here in Toronto. Very, very small number of people read the papers. And if they do, you're lucky if you get 45 seconds of someone's attention. And so that didn't work. And so the next thing I tried was making YouTube videos about this whole story. We found out how rich some of the police officers got who arrested Sergei. And we made these 10-minute YouTube videos. And remarkably, that got people's attention much more than newspapers. We ended up getting 2.5 million downloads off of our YouTube. And a lot of people got really exercised about what they saw in those YouTube videos. But that was still only 10 minutes. And so I figured, if I really want to get people's attention, and I could do this properly, I should write a book. Because with a book, if you get someone to actually read it, you get 10 to 12 hours of their time. And so I set out on writing a book about right after the Magnitsky Act was passed in America. And it was really important to me to write a book that people actually read. I have about 20 books next to my bed where I've read the first 30 pages, and I couldn't write a book that someone read just 30 pages of my book. And so I killed myself to write a book that people would read from start to finish. And I succeeded. And I've written this book. It's called Red Notice. A true story of high finance justice, true story of high finance murder and one man's fight for justice. And I succeeded. If you read the first 10 pages of this book, you will read the whole book. It's like the book version of Homeland or House of Cards. And so I urge you all to buy this book, not because any money that we raise from this book goes towards the Magnitsky campaign, so there's no profit in it for me, but if you read this book and you get other people to read this book, more than anything else that's ever been written out there today, proves that Vladimir Putin is not a nationalist acting in the national interest, but he's a criminal. And that is the conclusion that the world needs to come to in order to have the policies that should be dealt with next in terms of what should be done with Russia. And so I urge you all to buy this book, share it with your friends, and I will sign it for you after this speech is over. Thank you very much.
Okay, we don't have any time for questions and answers now, but we do have time for you to go out and buy the book and get a signature in the book. You will also meet the next speaker, which is Sofi Oksanen, and her book is also available and her signature as well. So 15 minutes and we'll see you in here again. There may be a snack out there, Marcus. Yeah, there is a small snack out there also. No wine, unfortunately. Being a tough chairman, I decided I shouldn't interrupt you. I was tough on the panel.
Yeah, I can tell you've been doing this parliamentary stuff for a long time.
Yeah, and there I have a button, so I could cut out the microphone.
Excellent. So sorry about going over on the Q&A thing.
No, but I mean, I think you speak, and that's why they're here.
Right.
Yeah, had I had any doubts about going on, I would have given you a signal.
Okay.
But no.
It's fantastic.
This is very good.
Now
you have to run out and be ready to sign.
I've got to do some signing.
Yeah.
Russian. Hmm? Russian. Hmm? That Russian. Russian. Oh, there he is. Yeah, let's go to the chairs and let's put the podiums together. Is that possible?
It looks kind of weird to have the podium in the middle. It usually looks uncentered. I mean, we could.
Or just if we move it a little bit. Does this seem like maybe it's too far? No, it's just that. Yeah, fair enough.
Let's get the chairs out. Let's see what it looks like.
Are they done with him? Let's leave one. Okay.
Yeah, we can leave 1 and 2 at on the table there, maybe. Or?
Sure, I'll just leave them here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that computer's done.
I believe so.
You're done with this computer? That presentation's over. We can shut that down. Yeah. Whoa. Slightly too far.
What was that?
That was hitting the.
I think that looks fine.
Yeah. Jeez, I want to go get a copy of that book.
I know, eh? I know, I was thinking.
Do you have any cash?
No, that was. No, I have.
Yeah. It's called the Yankee Yank approach.
Oh, really?
Here.
No.
just...
Is it possible that all those that are not in the room raise your hand so I can see how many you are outside? No, not those here, that's those outside. Everyone in?
So Sophie will speak for 20 minutes and then 5 questions after.
Okay.
Only 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So, are you all ready and set for the next event? We will continue from one important person to another. And without much further ado, I will ask Sofi Oksanen to come up here on the stage. Sofi is a Finnish-Estonian writer. And you know that totalitarian or authoritarian regimes, they are afraid of independent people in the cultural sector, and especially those who write books. So without any more presentation, Sofi, I'm very happy to have you here. You will speak around, well, it will be around 20 minutes, and then we have opening for about 5 questions before they throw us out from this theater.
Good evening everyone. Head õhtust, hyvää iltaa. I'm going to talk about history and how history is falsified, and about the deportations in the politics of Russia and the Soviet Union. From an early age, I wanted to become a writer. At the age of 6, I started keeping a diary, and then followed story writing. I did not think, however, before I began writing my debut novel, Stalin's Cows, that I would write anything about recent Estonian history. This is true, although I had grown up between 2 countries, Finland and Estonia, and between 2 realities, between the West and the Soviet Union. Everything pertaining to Estonia had felt like non-literary subject matter, simply for the reason that Estonia was literally missing from the map until it gained independence anew. It was a part of the Soviet Union about which I never wrote a single word before its dissolution, except for school essays. I wrote about it, and for which I meticulously used information found in Finnish textbooks. Anything else would have been completely impossible in Finland. Nothing could be written down. Everything had to be remembered. Everything to do with what had really happened to Estonia belonged to the sphere of private memory, not public memory. It was oral history, talked about only in trustworthy company, not written history. The Soviet system depended on the fact that people had learned not to give voice publicly to things that were unfavorable to the system. They understood this mode of behavior without questioning, because there was no point of comparison to another, different reality, not the kind of reality in which one could have written about such things, not even in Finland, which after all was independent state. Finland at the time lived under the years of Finlandization, and that meant living in Moscow's reality. And there was no context or environment in which these matters could have been made public. And there were no listeners outside of the system who would even have understood what it was all about. Those who expressed improper opinions risked being denied entry to the Soviet Union, where our relatives were still living. Work to improve the chance to receive travel permits was never ending. We were under constant threat that we would never again be allowed to step inside the borders of the Soviet Union, never again see our relatives, our letters no longer reach their destination, our phone calls not get through. Because my father went to work in the Soviet Union and my mother translated documents pertaining to trade with the Soviet Union, the threat also meant the jobs were in danger. And the employment opportunities in Finland for immigrants were very limited, except for those who had come from the Soviet Union and who cooperated with KGB. In my childhood, I had used the same expressions as other Estonians about camps, deportations, and other repressive actions. At the time I learned to speak, I also learned in Estonian the essential expressions, such as he went into the forest, he came back, he did not come back, he was taken to Siberia, or simply he was taken. I also learned that there was no point using these euphemisms outside of Estonia because for the great majority of outsiders the meaning was unclear. Only individuals with personal experiences recognized them. However, networking with people who had command of this secret language was impossible outside of the Soviet Union in Finland. The West was full of informers, snitches, and people of Estonian origin or exiled Estonians who had left the great fatherland. They were all under surveillance, also outside the borders of the Soviet Union. In 1956, the KGB issued an order which was designed to destroy the exiled Estonian communities where people spoke of an independent Estonia and about deportations. The methods included the traditional methods of the information war, blacklisting individuals, fabricated accusations, and planting distrust into the communities. The aforementioned euphemisms were just as ordinary as other words belonging to the everyday world of my childhood. It was simply a matter of fact that our family and their circle of friends included people who had disappeared into unknown places, gone to the forest and died there, been taken to Siberia, and people who went along with the Soviet system in order to not to end up in the cold country. It was just as natural to write letters in which the true meanings were sprinkled between the lines. And that was done in phone conversations as well, and always indoors. This code of conduct was so common and so unquestioned that in Soviet Estonia the existence of any other modes of expressions had been completely forgotten. Estonia's independence and freedom were only a distant mirage. Of that, only few dared even dream. Not even the boldest were imagining what the reality of the free state would be like. That is why no one missed, for example, newspapers whose mission would be to convey information, or in which one could write about one's own experiences using the correct words: deportations, camps, torture, execution, censorship. Censorship that did not exist officially in Soviet Union, but was masked as editorial recommendations. In the Soviet Union, the confection of censorship and the press was to prevent the emergence of alternatives and the questioning of the existing system. The result was an alternative reality. Its vocabulary did not include expressions for those things that affect ordinary people's lives, their everyday conditions, but it did establish rules for what one could speak and how. The disconnect between the personal and the official was quite wearing, and it forced people to develop layered personalities, doubled identities. At the same time as I, in Finland, learned the words to the Song of the Flag and to our land, the Finnish national anthem, which were always sang on Finland's Independence Day, in Estonia, Estonia's flag, the national anthem, and the combination of blue, black, and white of the flag, they were forbidden. At the same time as I in school in Finland read about Finland's greatest national story, the Winter War in Estonia, the greatest tragedy of Estonia's recent history, the deportations and the occupation, could not be talked about aloud or publicly. Officially, the tragedy did not exist. And it did not exist either in Finlandicized Finland, whose school textbooks had to have Moscow's approval. In practice, it meant that the young people of my age heard about Estonia for the first time as teenagers during Finnish class, only when Finnish-related languages were discussed. This is indeed an odd fact, given that we are talking about Finland's closest neighbor today, and before the Soviet occupation. That is how effectively the Soviet Union affected a complete loss of memory even in neighboring Finland. Along with becoming independent again, a process of decolonization began in Estonia and is still ongoing, the undoing of the occupation. This entailed concrete actions, which included the removal of occupying army from the country, returning the property for the first independence area owners, a land reform, and restoring society, also the law to the state that prevailed before the double occupation. The nation's memory also had to be rebuilt. Biographies had to be collected and archived. A foundation for new research and history writing had to be created. The stories which had been preserved orally had to be given written form. The deported were rehabilitated. Books gathered and recovered the national memory that the occupation had destroyed, and gave written form to stories in which people finally could see themselves reflected. They constructed the country's past in such a way that it matched the citizens' own experiences. Events were given terms which corresponded to the experiences of Estonians, and the euphemisms and circumlocutions of the Soviet era were left behind, replaced by words such as occupation, occupying forces, repressions, and deportations. After the regained independence, I had to do what others had to do as well. I had to learn to talk about the occupation and deportations with the right words, aloud and publicly, but I also had to get acquainted with the visual memory. The Soviet Union destroyed that as well. And Stalin, an ardent admirer of American films, understood the powerful effect of pictures very well. I remember my feeling of surprise when for the first time I saw images of ordinary street life in Estonia in 1920s. I had not understood to miss anything like that. What you do not have, you rarely miss. Only then I realized that I had in my head visual imprints from the early century from numerous other countries, not to mention Finland and the Winter War. And I realized that not even one of the flashes turning in my head came from my home album. They had come from other sources: school books, movies, art history books, museum, newspapers, magazines, from the public repository of stories from which everyone forms her understanding of the world, her own place in it, and the country in which she lives. Regarding Estonia, I had to shape my understandings from entirely different vantage points. My images of Estonia's past has developed during my visits to various locations afterwards, or through the stories I had heard told, or through those precious few photographs which selectively had remained in the cleaned-out family albums, through a few wedding photos, confirmation pictures, politically safe portraits. Not news photos, not movies, for they were all known to be propaganda. Same of the pictures I gathered from few books dealing with politically safe topics, for example about medieval Estonia. Publishing books about that era was allowed even in Soviet Union. At the same time as the imagery of Nazi concentration camps was etched in the eyes of my generation, and at the same time as my generation was dealing with memories of Finland's Winter War, no visual material of deportations was available. Countries which have not experienced occupation have great difficulties comprehending how a nation's most essential sufferings in recent history can be completely deleted from the visual repository and from official memory. Citizens of such nations consider it self-evident that they can speak of their nation's tragedies and learn about them in school and trust that what is being taught is true. They hold in their minds iconic images of their history and their tragedies. They find it difficult to grasp or imagine what kind of people they would be if they had grown up in another kind of reality, in one where children taken to concentration camps are officially criminals, as a relative of mine who was deported as a child. And they would never have seen what had happened reflected in images they could believe to be authentic. They also have difficulties grasping that a person who grows up in such a reality will consider it as a state of normalcy and another reality as abnormal. It is difficult for the citizens of such country to comprehend why Russia did not become the democracy the Western leaders so ardently believed in before the Ukrainian war and conflict. They find it difficult to comprehend because it is so hard to understand the impact of total brainwashing and to understand how much is required to remove its traces. It also requires trust in society, in its law, and the court, in the police and other civil servants, and in people. Trust that revealing private experiences or opinions does not get you in trouble. Trust that it does not lead to a psychiatric ward where people holding opinions inconvenient to the state would be sent in a country in which anti-Soviet thoughts were literally a sign of mental disorder. Only with the regained independence did private memory become public memory in the Baltic. This did not, however, happen in Russia, where along with Putin's rise to power, they now, with greater determination than before, concentrate on rehabilitation and glorification of Soviet history. During this spring, the international media have favored headlines like, "Are the Baltic countries next?" as if we were dealing with some kind of a new turn in Russia's crusade against the West. This crusade against the Baltic nations has gone on for a long time, and there is nothing new about that. Russia has already for years strived to influence the reconstruction of the historical memory of these nations by, for example, interfering with the court proceedings concerning deportations in Estonia. The court proceedings in 2008 against Arnold Meri, accused of deportations, became a spectacle in which, in addition to the victims, the Russian state television was present, as well as Russian youth who presented flowers to the accused as a hero of the Great Patriotic War. The Russian Duma registered a complaint with the European Union Parliament demanding that it discontinue the so-called shameful court proceedings. The Russian declared it to be an attempt to disgrace the honor of individuals who had attempted to free humankind of the fascistic plague. And now you can see the Soviet rhetorics returning. This statement includes the statement that people Meri deported were part of the fascist plague. The majority of the people Meri deported were women and children in reality. Meri confessed to charge of deportations but did not admit any guilt. In 2009, the European Parliament declared the deportations to be crimes against humanity. In Estonia, people have spoken about Russian imperialistic politics during the entire regained independence, while, for example, in Finland it has been defined as post-Soviet trauma. This despite the fact that Russia has repeatedly behaved aggressively towards Baltic nations. Russia admitted in 1993 that it had occupied Estonia, but since then, Russia has made different claims. With Putin's rise to power, Russian politics of history has regained momentum and has constantly attempted to restore not only the Soviet rhetoric, but also the Soviet Union's official view of history. It has attempted to exert its influence in other countries as well. In 2007, professional deniers of occupation began to appear in Finland, and so did pro-Putin factions who took it upon themselves to deny the deportations. Similar cells appeared elsewhere as well. Some of them masqueraded their activities as cultural or media clubs in a fashion very familiar from the Soviet era. Initially, the Finnish media were confused by these actions. At the very time, the Finns has restored their relations with their closest neighbor, Estonia, at the very time when Finlandization and its effects on history began to be talked about, at the very time the crimes against humanity committed by Soviet Union and Nazi Germany had been compiled together in the school teaching as well, right then these cells began their very visible activities. Because people in Finland, as people in other Western countries, had forgotten their propaganda literacy, no one made the connection between these actions of the pro-Putin groups to Russia. Because they were all Finns, these activists, not Russians. There is nothing new in this. Moscow has always found its mouthpiece among the local people, because people were everywhere trust their own citizens. These activists considered deportations summer vacations. They published books, some of which were given lots of serious review space. The books systematically repeated the basic messages of Russia's information war and old Soviet narratives about the despicable Estonia fascists, who, as a matter of fact, are building concentration camps for Russians at this very moment. In addition to denying the occupations and the deportations, they exercised the end of Estonia's independence. Some of these individuals continued teaching in Finnish universities, despite the fact that it would be hard to imagine that even one university would accept Holocaust deniers on their premises. Despite the fact that National Socialist Germany and the Soviet Union are both described in our school books as totalitarian states, this knowledge is not internalized to the extent that they would be discussed as similar systems in the general universe of opinion. One example of this is precisely the fact that such persons were allowed to continue teaching in the university. The situation became tense in connection with the bronze statue controversy in 2007. A statue of Soviet soldier in the center of Tallinn became a symbol of the conflict. To the Estonians, the statue represented the occupying force. To the Russian speakers, a liberator. The statue was moved in a proper fashion to the cemetery and was not, as Russia claims, destroyed. The situation escalated into Kremlin-backed riots in Tallinn. In the Russian Duma, Estonia was accused of fascism already before the relocation of the statue. The Nashi youth, who enjoyed Moscow's protection, surrounded the Estonian embassy in Moscow and carried banderoles with slogans very familiar from the Russian media and the Ukrainian war. They made raunchy insults about the Estonian ambassador, and the Soviet occupation was declared a myth. In 2010, when editor and author Impi Paju and I published the book in Finland about the recent history of Estonia, Fear Behind Us All, an essay collection about occupations and deportations, Russians' reaction was the same. The book was a collection of essays in which Estonia's recent past was discussed from many perspectives. The authors were a versatile bunch: Estonians, Russians, Finns, included, for example, Anne Applebaum, President Ilves, and one of the world's best-known Soviet dissidents, Vladimir Mugovsky. The book launch attracted demonstrators from Russia. Nasri Youth and representatives of Estonian Russian organization Night Watch, as well as the aforementioned Putinist activists. Putin's party, United Russia, issued a statement stating that the book was anti-Russia, and representatives of the party arrived in Finland to hold a press conference, to Russian media, of course. Also, the Estonian Russian Night Watch organization, which was active during the statue conflict, held its own press conference. Of course, none of them had read the book at the time, but that means little or nothing. The placards at the demonstrations were well known from the Ukraine and repeating old Soviet slogans. The book appeared in 2010. The bronze statue incident happened in 2007. Both these events were like small dress rehearsals for Russia's larger projects, practice for the full-fledged implementation which was materialized in the Ukrainian situation. The rehabilitations of Soviet history continues also on Russian soil. Just recently, the memorial organization in St. Petersburg, which gathers information about Gulag victims, was issued the court's decision. It has been listed as a foreign agent, which renders it suspicious in the eyes of the citizens of their own country. Russia's only Gulag museum is located in Perm, in the place of Camp Perm 36. We only very recently received the word that it will close its doors. This just as it had been nominated for the inclusion in the UNESCO list of World Heritage Sites. The local authorities have made it impossible for the museum to function, both in terms of financing and of interruptions to electricity and water supply. Aggression against the museum increased seriously with the escalation of the Ukrainian crisis. One citizen, it is alleged, found it problematic that the museum paid respects to Ukrainian and Lithuanian victims at the Perm camp, and those Lithuanians and Ukrainians, of course, had been fighting against Soviet Union. At the same time, it was announced that a museum, Novorossiya Museum, will open its door in St. Petersburg. This museum presents real Russia's own history fantasies. It will concentrate on telling about the sacrifices of the pro-Russian separatists in eastern Ukraine. Museum and memory, they are closely tied together. Memory is essential for the identity. It connects history with identity and identity with history, and it is the mission of museums to preserve that memory. In Russia this time, the mission is to consolidate Moscow-fabricated reality. Imagine what kind of protests such activity would create if Germany all of a sudden were to discontinue the financing of its concentration camp museums, or were to cut off their electricity. Instead of worldwide demonstrations against these activities in Russia, the world concentrated on wondering where Putin is. According to the latest opinion poll of the independent Levada Center, 52% of the Russians consider Stalin a positive person. This is not really a surprise, not in that environment. But it is indeed a surprise how difficult it is for West to understand how Moscow's propaganda can be successful among Russia's citizens in a country where people follow the news mostly through TV channels controlled by the state. It is possible because the moment the archives in Russia were open was very brief. It is possible because the moment the press was free in Russia was very short. It is possible because the school books never really got started talking about things as though they were. The Iron Curtain was ripped open for a moment and closed again in Russia about everything to do with the human rights crimes. And the state does not encourage people who try to investigate them. Quite the contrary. When we in the West already in school learned something about what colonialism meant to the African nations. In Russia, there is no attempt to make future generations understand what Russia's and Soviet Union's colonialism meant to the countries it occupied. Instead, The memory of the Soviet Union is being rehabilitated and its history cleansed, and massive propaganda campaigns are going on the former colonies, and the consequences is that Baltic countries, one after the other, are Russia's #1 enemies. They are considered threats. And they are indeed threats to the Kremlin administrations insofar as they are prime examples of countries that have become modern democracies in an extremely short time. Countries who, after getting out from under their occupiers, have managed to create a free press, and where the standard of living is higher than in Russia, as is also life expectancy. That is why they are a threat to the Kremlin administration, because they do not want the Russians to understand that their country could have the same success under a different administration. That is why those small countries must remain enemies, not friends, not examples, but enemies. Then aggression towards them is justified. Then their experiences, their sufferings are also justified, and there is no need to feel empathy for the victims, because after all, they deserved it. In Svetlana Todorov's words, the enemy is the great justifier of terror, and totalitarian state cannot live without enemies. If there aren't any enemies, they must be invented. When they have been identified, they do deserve no mercy, not any. Being an enemy is an inescapable and hereditary stain. According to Moscow's moral code, the admission of errors, apologies, and redemption of crimes represent weakness. Respect can be earned only with violence. Therefore, the Western model of dealing with past does not apply in Russia. The absence of that moral code should have awakened the Western nations to realize that Russia will never be on the road to Western democracy. But the Western nation also failed to look for it, because the Western nations have not learned to associate imperialism with Russia. It is as if no one understood that Russia should have had to do as much comprehensive work to deal with its recent past as any state that has lived under a totalitarian system. In the West, the word imperialism always conjures up with the images of the era of Western colonialism. Colonies far beyond the seas, slave ships from the Africa, not of deportations trains to Siberia, although they too meant slave camps. Because without gulags, the natural resources of Siberia would never have been harvested. The groups who organized these slave transportations were never condemned as criminal organizations, and that is why former KGB men are now in power and hold on to the power with the same methods as before. History is a magnificent tool in this. Stalin's Great Patriotic War, as the Second World War is called in Russia, is still Russia's greatest success story. The name of the war reveals its essence. It silences the losses of others and emphasizes Russia's role as victim. The fact that others had victims and losses too is not part of Russia's story of losses. Not that the Soviet Union itself made victims of others. Not to mention that it tormented innocent people or committed war crimes such as deportation. That does not fit the storyline at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sophie. Great speech as always. We have room for about 5 questions. Do we have a microphone out in the audience at the moment? Or do we have anyone who wants? There is a question over there. I think here is a microphone we can hand over. There was one over there, I think.
I don't need the microphone. Can you hear me? I can hear you. So, yeah.
Hi, so this isn't exactly on topic what you were just talking about, but I think it has to do with the larger theme of human rights. I want to ask a question about sex trafficking and sexual violence in your books, actually. So I'm a big fan, first of all, but I'm sure I'm not the only person in this room who found it difficult to read portions of your book, Purge. And I'm just wondering what kind of anxieties, both as an artist and as a woman, you have in depicting these scenes of sexual violence. And what kind of advice or instruction can you give to the readers, if any, in terms of how we should approach these scenes and what we can do with that information?
When I started to work with Purge, I was also reading books by Slavika Drakulic, a Croatian author, whose books I absolutely recommended if you want to read about Balkan wars. And she was writing about the rape concentration camps. And I got really angry because, after the Second World War, which actually in Estonia ended in 1994, we can also say that, everyone was saying never again. Okay, but suddenly we have in the middle of Europe, and we consider Europe as a civilized old culture continent, we have these rape concentration camps, and quite many of those who committed those crimes are still free. And also one of the consequences of the collapse of the Soviet Empire was also human trafficking, and that's not considered like one of the consequences of the fall of the Iron Curtain, which actually in a way it meant freedom for many countries, but it also meant better possibilities for human trafficking, because the legal system in the countries was weak, and as you already heard, how Russia was doing at the time, so everything was actually possible, and there was no one to protect these women, and especially also something that disturbs me is that the image of Eastern European women is quite often related to sex workers, male brides, and in a way that they are somehow, sexually active women, and which is kind of something that is disturbing when you try to talk about, the human victims of human trade and human trafficking, and also when you think about Hollywood movies and quite many TV productions, then there are always those Eastern European prostitutes very stereotypically presented. And that's why I wanted to have a person who has a voice of her own, and also I wanted to write about the background of the character, and not only to have those side characters, which are just not actually real characters in the stories.
Okay, next question. There's one over there, yeah.
So you talked a lot about memory and themes of sort of the role it plays in history. Is this on? Yeah, okay. And I'm sort of curious about sort of memory in sort of the Baltic countries that's not spoken of often, which is sort of the memory of the Russians who stayed behind after the wall fell, and the kind of narratives that are being built around that. So what kind of, there's a lot of discussion now about sort of fifth columns and the idea of little green men and the roles that these sort of communities can play in that. So there's sort of a narrative and story being built around that in the media. And I'm wondering about how the Baltic states, and especially Latvia and Estonia, can sort of build narratives that include the people who are there, about 25% of the population that seems to be left out of the national narratives. So I wonder if you have any thoughts about that as someone who, is sort of more familiar and connected.
Yeah, something that people quite often don't actually think is that there has always been a Russian-speaking minority in Estonia, just as in Finland as well. But unfortunately, the Russian speakers living in the Republic of Estonia met the same destiny as the Estonians, and during the deportations they were also deporting Russian speakers. And because Stalin considered, of course, those Russians as enemies, just like Estonians, and actually they had a very rich cultural life, and they had plenty of authors, poets, cultural magazines, theater, and all this culture was sealed down. The books written by those Russian authors, they were forbidden. And Stalin did not want, in a way, those Russians coming in. They didn't want them to see any kind of other way to be a Russian speaker in Estonia. They wanted only Soviet citizens, and there was only one way to be a Soviet citizen. And that's very, and now at the moment, there's a new generation, also many of them are bilingual people. Igor Kotyu, for example, is a poet who actually writes poetry also in Võru language. And so there's a new generation coming up, but when you think about how rich the Russian culture was at the time, then at the moment they are not building the culture in Estonia in the same way. And of course it's also part of the lack of funding as well, because the Russia has its Ruski Mir, the Russian World Cultural Foundation, but its intentions are totally different. I mean, they want to support the Russian idea of the Russian Empire, the Russian world, and that doesn't kind of include identities of Russian ethnic Estonian citizens. That doesn't include that plan at all. So in that way, what I've been thinking is that we should have some kind of founding or culture grants or things like that for Russian-speaking territories in the Eastern Europe, because at the moment it's like, there's nothing, money for nothing, and the only money is coming from Russia, and they have always political, their own political hidden agendas. And for example, in Eastern Ukraine, because all the infrastructure and logistics to Ukraine is cut down, and people are actually starving, but Russia is sending the food. And I don't believe in Moscow's goodwill, but I do believe in that is the best way to use soft power, because of course people are, gracious towards the hand who is feeding them. So in that way, I would see it very important to have some kind of funding for that. And also the sad thing is that even though in all Baltic countries they do have the Russian language media, TV, newspapers, but the Russian state and their TV channels, they have so much more money for their productions that it's not really possible to create as tempting, entertainment or whatever. Then, unfortunately, but anyway, one thing is that recent polls in Latvia and in Estonia show that Russian speakers they do not want to be part of Russia. They consider Latvia and Estonia as their homeland. But as in all immigrant groups or in ethnic minorities or language minorities, there's always possibility for radicalism. And of course, if people are unemployed, if Russia pays a nice sum for demonstrations or attending demonstrations, then why not if you don't have money? And in that way, on the other hand, now I heard also that trade is doing well actually in the eastern Estonia because of the sanctions. So there's a lot of border trade. So, but we need. The problem is that these countries just don't have money to all kind of development programs, and that's a kind of problem. And of course, it's what I hope that people remember is that what Moscow wants is that we would hate Russian speakers. And that's why also if you have no other interest in Russian culture, then remember that if you start to hate those people, then you are following exactly what Putin wants you to do. So in that way we should not to do that.
Do we have any more questions? Yes.
You're an outsider from Finland writing about Estonia. And why do you think an Estonian wouldn't have written Puhastus? Because I remember sitting in Tartu a few years ago and they had a big banner and your name, etc. And I sort of scratched my head and I said, well, why is a Finn/Estonian doing this as opposed to someone from that locale? And by extension, can you comment on the quality of literature in the Estonian and possibly Latvian environments?
Well, I don't read Latvia, so I cannot say about Latvian. But of course, there are a lot of good history research in Latvia, just as in Estonia as well, and plenty of biographies. There has been a boom for biographies in Estonia, even to the extent that actually people prefer reading even translated biographies, which was a surprise to me in a way. When I heard that the publisher saying whatever is biography, then Estonians read it. And in Finland again, nobody wants to read biographies, everybody wants to read novels. So it's also a matter of, in a way, literary taste, of course, but there are not actually too many novels about the recent past. In Estonia, theatre is active. There's plenty of great groups working on recent history themes. Poetry is active, but for some reason, novel authors, there's only a few, like Ene Mihkelson, but there hasn't been too many of them. And I think it's just a question of time. Because, nobody was actually writing about Holocaust right after, after Germany lost the war. So in a way, and for example, I heard that in Georgia, people are very fond of reading fairy tales. So in a way, sometimes it just takes time to you have to first get the facts straight, and you have to have the history research, and after that you can work with art. But for me, it's also that because I write in Finnish, so that means also that I'm already thinking that I am writing to someone who is not actually Estonian. I mean, of course, I have Estonian readers, but because that's the original language of writing for me. And in that way, it does affect that I perhaps might be writing a little bit differently than the Estonian would, because Estonian is writing in Estonian language. And that means that the priority audience are Estonians. And there are so many things that there's actually no point or even a small reference, and the story is clear to Estonian, because there are so many history things that it's obvious that Estonian knows them. But there are so many things that I can tell that a foreigner or outsider wouldn't ever understand them. So in that way, I'm perhaps trying to find a little bit different angles or angles that make the history understandable to someone who hasn't actually been living through that period or the spot.
Hello, Karl Altau from Washington. Hello. Yes. I have a question about, you touched upon the some of the tactics that the Kremlin is using in Finland, but what about maybe the general or the public dialogue going on in Finland about what's going on in the Russian Federation now, and also about memory and Karelia and the Ingrians?
Yes, the situation with the Finno-Ugric languages in Russia is very bad. They have a certain, and Russia has, well, because Finland is one of the Finno-Ugric Finnish is one of the Finno-Ugric languages, just as Estonia as well. That means that we have, cultural intentions to protect the languages, and of course Karelian Finnish, for example, a Karelian language as well. And there have been some good Finnish money founded language nest projects that have been very warmly welcomed in Karelia. But unfortunately, those projects are under threat because, as you can guess, Moscow considers them as a conspiracy of Finnish-Ugric conspiracy to get the natural resources of the Arctic territory. So, it seems like Russia. It's impossible for Russia to understand that all countries are not actually trying to invade Russia, and that has been, and of course they want to. They are not giving political power to these minorities, which actually are not that small. I mean, we are talking about millions of people. And because they don't want them to have political power, because if they have political power, they might want to have larger autonomy, and that again means that they might want to have the money actually from the Arctic territories and the natural resources. And now when the ice is melting, there will be more natural resources, and that does not mean good for these Finno-Ugric groups in Russia, because the Estonians here know a lot about Finno-Ugric languages, but there's 24 Finno-Ugric languages. 3 of them are living in independent states: Hungarians, Estonians, and Finns, and all the others are living in Russia. So we are talking about many languages and many ethnic groups. And again, when I'm talking about the Russian speakers, then Russian speakers are considered partly also because it's in the favor of Moscow, and they are promoting this idea that we should talk about Russian speakers as a one united group. Then when we are talking about Russian speakers, we are talking about the variety of different ethnic groups, including those 21 Finno-Ugric language groups as well. But yeah, it's very complicated, and the accusations, and especially after Putin's coming to power, the problems with the Finno-Ugric people have been getting much and more severe all the time.
We have room for one fifth and last question. I don't know who was first. Maybe who is closest, or.
Tervetuloa. I wanted to ask, what's the theme of your next novel? Any plan? Can you let us know?
It's coming out in Finland this fall, but I'm not saying a word about that. So.
Okay, we are approaching the end of this very interesting evening, and Sofi, again, thank you very much, because it's always interesting to listen to you. And to all of you, you can afterwards, before leaving, you can buy a book and have Sofi's signature. And for the other books, most of them are on Amazon, I think.
Yes, yeah.
So
Amazon helps.
I will also go out and buy a book when we're done here. So we have learned a lot during this very interesting evening. And the most important lesson for me, as I hope for most of you, is that we need to be very careful reading history, understanding history, and not fall into the false changes of history that are made for political reasons, whoever is making them. So this is important, and for the upgrowing generations, we need to be very careful so they understand what happened and why things are like they are today, because it all goes back to what happened yesterday. So thank you very much. You have a few minutes before they let out the dogs from under here, so chasing everyone out. Thank you, and safe trip home.
Thank you. Kiitos. Aitäh.
We do have a word from the sponsor before you're leaving. So Piret will say something.
Sorry for that. I'm sure you are a little bit tired, but I have some words, few words to say, and some thoughts actually. Last weekend, over the internet, I was watching Estonian television as I do it here, far from home, and I watched a superb culture broadcast, the Tin Drum, Plektrum. I suggest, please watch that. And there was a guest of the week, renowned theater director Merle Karusoo. And as you probably know, Merle Karusoo's initiative was at the end of the 80s, a collection to start collecting of Estonian life stories. And as some speakers already told today, those stories, the stories that very few dared to tell during those 50 years of occupation, and when they did, it was strictly in the private sphere. And today, through the efforts of the Estonian Life Stories Association and many of Estonian museums, including VEMU here, Estonian museums abroad in Toronto, tens of thousands of such stories have been brought into collections at memory institutions. These are available for use by researchers, and they have been used in literature, film, and stage. In this television broadcast, Karusoo spoke of the importance of memory in human life. Its importance in the life of a human being or individual is crystal clear. The loss of memory due to the illness first causes anxiety, both in person who is ill and those close to them. At the end, the person who has lost their memory is totally helpless, unable to cope with everyday life. What happens to a people or to peoples in cases of loss of memory? At first, maybe only few experience anxiety, but in the end, all become helpless. And when does it happen? In a crisis situation, said Karusoo. Unfortunately, we are once again in a situation of crisis. Eastern Europeans whose memory spans the Soviet occupation and Stalinist brutalities that accompanied it interpret the aggressive activities of Putin's Russia today according to their own historical experience. This experience and the wisdom that has sedimented from it set one free from native naivety and gullibility. The world would do well and be more alert to this wisdom. What should be remembered? What and who should be commemorated, and how? This is not only a question of freedom, but also of choice, a question of power and politics. The war of monuments, which was talked already about, we know about the war lots in Estonia, and now a war of monuments is happening in Canada. Where would be an appropriate place for the victim of communism memorial? Is it even necessary? These discussions touch many of us personally, but they have also raised existential questions for Canada. Whose land is Canada? Who has a right to be part of Canadian history? To what extent and how? Indeed, history tends to repeat itself, The same crisis situations, the same questions waiting for answers, again and again. Who then has the right to remembering, commemoration, to proclaiming one's memory publicly? What do we have to learn from history as we fight the heated battles of today, which are so often political? We should not forget what is most important: the human being, people, all those whom the blunt scythe of totalitarianism has ruthlessly moved down. This is the real reason and goal for commemoration. And this is also the main reason why we are together here today. Today we have listened to experts in their fields and leaders of global public opinion in the name of the organizers of this event, and I hope also of the audience. Let us thank the speakers and panelists. Sofi Oksanen. Thank you. Mr. Bill Browder, thank you. Mr. Göran Lindblad, tough and funny, thank you. Mr. Ludwik Klimkowski, thank you. Professor Jüri Kivimäe, aitäh. Bernard Trottier, thank you. And we also thank again our very generous sponsors, which are VEMU, Estonian Studies Center, together with Tartu College, Estonian Foundation in Canada, Estonian Central Council in Canada, Estonian Credit Union, Embassy of Estonia in Canada, Embassy of Finland in Canada, Latvian National Federation in Canada, House of Anansi Press. Thank you. And once again, we wouldn't have that great night without Markus Kolga. Aitäh, Markus. And thanks all for coming. See you next time.
There was another one.
The picture?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe what we should do is put half the stuff on the bar and we'll just come back.